Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Ruth Leedy Field for today's CCIW doubleheader between Augustana College and your Wheaton College Thunder. At this time, we'd like to introduce the starting lineups for both teams. First, for the Vikings of Augustana. Leading off in left field, number 10, Lindsay Levine. Batting second, the shortstop, number 1, Alexis Duke. Hitting third at first base, number 12, Aubrey Graydon. Batting fourth, the designated player, number 36, Maddie Bickle. Batting fifth, the catcher, number 44, Olivia Osborne. Batting sixth, number 28, the left fielder, Orion Lonergan. Batting seventh at third base, number 9, Emma Evans. Batting eighth at second base, number 14, Lily Burton. Batting ninth for the Vikings, playing in center field, number 3, Emma Schmidt. And the flex pitching today for Augustana, number 2, Maya Brown. And now the starting lineup for your Wheaton College Thunder. Leading off for Wheaton, the shortstop, wearing number 5, Ava Hartnett. Batting second in center field, number 11, Kennedy Kemp. Batting third, the designated player, number 24, Abby Whitehead. Batting fourth in left field, number 18, Mia Reinhardt. Batting fifth in center field, that's not right. Batting fifth, number 13, Libby Figueroa. Batting sixth, the pitcher, number 7, Shyla Dozman. Batting seventh in left field, that's not right either. Number 17, Nori Kang. Batting eighth, number 3, Bella Giles. Batting ninth, number 1, Gracie Rockness. And the flex today, number 25, Tori Barber. At this time, we ask that everyone please rise. Gentlemen, please remove your caps for the playing of the national anthem.
We are live from Ruth Leedy Field here on the campus of Wheaton College as the Wheaton Thunder take on the Augustana Vikings in a Friday doubleheader. Augustana coming into this game 12-15, 4-4. They have won their last 4 games and 6 out of their last 7. Meanwhile, for the Wheaton Thunder, just earned a split against Rockford. Game 2 came up with the win 10-2 to snap an 8-game losing streak. They are currently 1-9, last place in the CCIW. Meanwhile, for the Augustana Vikings, they are currently in 5th place, hanging on to one of those last 2 CCIW tournament bids. It'll be Shyla Dozman getting the start for the Thunder. She was pretty impressive against Rockford. Game 1 pitched 2 2/3 innings, came in late in shutout fashion. And then in Game 2, pretty much pitched the entire game to pick up the W. She is currently 6-7 this season. 3.11 ERA. Will be facing a pretty good Augustana group with the second most runs in the CCIW, averaging about 5.52 runs per game. An offense that has been hot in this 4-game winning streak. Augustana just disposed Grinnell a couple of days ago on April 21st. It'll be Lindsay Levine to get things started for the Vikings.
Leading off to the Vikings, the left fielder, number 10, Lindsay Levine.
Let's roll from Ruth Leedy Field. About cloudy conditions so far. Not really expecting any rain, unlike the last double-double with Rockford, where that game was pushed back for an hour. It's 70 degrees right now. Feels like 63 degrees. Winds blowing about 12 miles per hour to the east, gusts of 18. A 1-1 count.
These Friday afternoon games, we've got a lot of folks showing up here already, and I think more will come through. So hopefully it's a good environment here at Ruth Leedy Field, and chance for Wheaton to get a big statement win and build off that Game 2 win earlier in this week against Rockford.
It looks like that is going to be a foul ball. We'll redo this one. 1-2 count. Wheaton 8-4 at home at Ruth Leedy Field. Meanwhile, Augustana, they're 8-4 on the road. Here's the 1-2. That one sliced back to Shyla Dozman, and it's going to be caught for out number 1 by Tori Barber.
Good play there by Shyla, and clearly a quick runner and a nice, it was a close play there, and she really stuck with it, fielded her position, made a nice throw over there, and that's always a tricky play, especially when we've got someone who's kind of slap hitting on you, especially on the left-hand side of the box.
We Alexis Duke at the plate for the Vikings. Sophomore at Port Byron, Illinois. Chops that one foul last year. Very impressive year for Duke. First team all CCIW, also named Freshman of the Year. She hit .410 a season ago, which led the team also good enough to be 6th in the CCIW. Coming into this game, batting .300 on the season and slugging .489. Down at the knees for ball 1.
And hit well in recent games. I know had a home run and some other multiple base hits here in the last week. So clearly continuing to build off of a really stellar freshman year. And this 2-3-4 has a lot of power here, and will be a good match for Dozman. Although looks like she got round 1. Battle 1 goes to Dozman with Duke.
Dozman retiring the first 2. And it'll be Aubrey Gradine at the 3rd spot. Augustana with a lot of contributions from their freshmen. Gradine, a first-team All-CCIW selection, but also a third-team All-NFCA. So some region honors for her. She will sail that one outside.
We've seen here early, and the Augie hitters are aggressive, right? They're going after those first pitches, putting good swings on the ball. That's something that maybe Wheaton will start to adjust to in sort of their pitching strategy, knowing Augie's being aggressive and how you throw those early pitches to them.
Of course, Augustana in this last 7 games, they have been really good offensively, given that they've won 6 out of the last 7, 5 consecutive games with 10 or more hits.
Yeah, that's a hot team coming in, and that looked like a pretty good pitch there. That's a good take, I guess, from Gradine, and but a well-placed ball. When you got an 0-2 count, right? Try to nibble that corner. See if you get a call early, and that zone gets extended, and you get out of the inning.
Gradine on a 1-2 count. Here's the throw over to first base, and it's made. So the 1-2-3 batters are retired, and Shyla Dozman and this defense gets it done. Welcome back to Ruth Leedy Field, bottom of the first between the Vikings and the Thunder on a Friday afternoon CCIW doubleheader. It'll be Ava Hartnett to lead things off for Wheaton.
And worth noting, Aiden, to put a period on the first half inning, you had Bella Giles make a nice play there at third. She's not played at third here recently. We've had Figueroa there due to the injury to Hillier. Figueroa is catching. So good to see the freshman Giles make a good play early, kind of get some of that rhythm back into the game as she's going out there. That's got to be encouraging for her and obviously for the Thunder team to have somebody stepping back into a role who's been out for a little bit, make a nice play early.
And speaking of freshmen, Ava Hartnett, pretty much been leading off for most of this season. She's had a really solid season for Wheaton.
Yeah, just a great athlete, somebody I knew coming in from talking with the coaching staff they were really excited about. And anytime you're going to put a freshman in the leadoff spot, have her play shortstop, that obviously demonstrates her ability, but also the trust in the coaching staff and what she can do. Patient hitter at the plate, does a good job in that leadoff spot of seeing pitches and kind of setting the tone for the rest of the lineup.
2-1 count. We'll go inside. Now the count's 2-2, but for Hartnett, a on-base percentage of .495, which leads the team also good enough to be third in the CCIW. She is currently riding a 4-game hitting streak. Upstairs near the left field, and that's going to be hauled in for out number 1.
Looks like got a little under the rise. I got a little sneak peek on the scouting report. We know a consistent theme for Augustana from a pitching standpoint is late rise balls. When they get a good count, that's kind of the strikeout pitch, and you saw that upper zone pitch there and got Hartnett to get under it and get that first out.
Orion Lonergan was the one who made the grab. It's Kennedy Kemp, the sophomore of Arlington, Texas, to bat. 2 for 3 in RBI against Rockford in game 1. She also had a hit in game 2 against the Regents. Second pitch remains outside. The count is 2-0.
Another patient hitter, does not expand her zone, and obviously as a little bit of a smaller player, a tough zone to throw into, so she does a good job of maximizing that. Kemp, another great athlete, right? A multiple sport athlete here at Wheaton. As I understand it, played enough sports to count on more than one hand in high school. So somebody who's got a lot of experience and a really good athlete and player in a lot of different ways.
There's the first strike for Mia Brown. 58 strikeouts entering this afternoon. 6 of the CCIW going back to Kemp, playing both women's volleyball in the fall and then softball in the spring. She will draw the walk. That is her 13th of the season.
You like to see some early traffic here from Wheaton and see if Abby Whitehead can step in and keep this thing moving. You got your 3 hitter, you got your most consistent hitter on the course of the season, ready to get out here and try to make an early statement.
Whitehead 1 for 4 against Rockford in game 1. The stats speak for itself. She's hitting .375 on the season. On base percentage of .469 and then slugging .613. You could argue that she is the best hitter in the CCIW as she pops that one up into left field, and the catch is made for out number 2.
Boy, she just missed that. Just got a little under it. You could tell she got a pitch she liked, and yeah, probably just a centimeter or 2 more square on the ball, and that thing is heading towards Meyer Science Center right now.
Of course, 6 home runs entering this season. 4th most in the CCIW. It's Mia Reinhardt out of the 4-hole. She's up to bat with Kennedy Kemp at first base. Mia Brown last time out against Carroll got the win, pitched all 7 innings, fanned 11 batters, and only gave up 2 earned runs. Here's the 1-1 count as that one goes into the crowd. The count is now 1-2.
Yeah, that literally just trickled over the fence. That's the closest ball I've ever seen land over the fence here at Leedy Field as it bounced off the concrete into the stands. Usually you see them go a little further out towards the stadium or towards Beamer. So fun to see something a little new.
1-2 count, swing and miss, 4 strike 3. So Brown gets the K. Both teams scoreless after 1 inning of play. It's the top of the second inning. Both teams could not put up runs in their respective half innings. And it is Maddie Bickle, freshman of Schererville, Indiana, currently at the plate. Hitting .373 on the season. Game 1 against Grinnell, 2 for 3, 2 RBIs and a homer. And then in game 2, 3 for 4 and 5 RBIs. So coming off what is arguably her best series so far in her young career. Bickle will get inside for strike 1.
Good pitch there from Dozeman. So early on, I think she's hitting her spots. You can tell that the ball's where she wants it to go, and let's hope she can stay that way against this potent lineup.
Bickle, that's going to be fouled. One-two count now for Bickle. Coach Nelson talked about how she hits a lot of power and she's able to do it with ease. She's slugging .693 on the season, close to .700, which is good enough to be third in the CCIW. 1-2 pitch. Slow, and we'll go outside for ball 2.
I like that there. Change the pace up a little bit. Change the location of the pitch so you can get a little chase on the outside.
Two count. As that one will get into center field, so a leadoff base hit for Maddie Bickle. And JP, what would you say makes Shyla Dozeman such a good starting pitcher for your squad?
Yeah, I think her command is good, right? She has the ability to make sure she's controlling and putting the pitches where she wants to. You know, you look on the season, she's for the most part done a good job of that, and along the lines of that command, the ability to change pitches and change look, right? You've got to be able to move the ball around in softball, whether it's the location, high, low, in, out, all that kind of stuff. I think her ability to kind of control where she wants to go. When she's on, you can tell that ball's hitting her spots and that she's got good accuracy in what she's doing. And I just think she's a competitive person. You can watch her and tell that. Again, as a coach in our department, you get a little bit of the inside scoop, talking shop with your fellow coaches, and I do here. And a lot of what they do, she's competitive, right? She's fighting, and I think you got to have kind of that bulldog mentality when you're in the circle.
57 strikeouts so far this season. Last year she had 74. As Maya Vale is coming into the game. Previously you had a pinch runner, Marley Beam, who replaced Bickle, so this is their second pinch runner. As Olivia Osborne is currently at the plate. Just outside for ball 1. Osborne last year only played in 3 games a season ago. That was against Mount Mary, Knox, and Grinnell. Going from there to appearing in almost every single game. She's played in 21.
So far they have not put the runner in motion here, but you can see she's aggressive. I'd be curious, if you're Augie and you're looking over and you go, okay, a familiar catcher, but a new catcher compared to what we've been putting in the lineup. Do you test that a little bit? Do you try to take a chance? And so far they have not.
Vale right now 3 stolen bases on the season, appearing in her 17th game. Here's the 2-1 pitch, showing bunt, and they will execute the bunt. Here's a throw over to first base, and it's made. Meanwhile, the runner Vale advances to second base with 1 out.
Yeah, executed well by both sides. A really good bunt that advances your runner to scoring position. And once again, the freshman Giles getting back in the lineup at third, making 2 really good plays. That was a tough play to get down there. That was a good enough bunt. You think that could have been a bunt that was intended to be a sack, but ended up being a hit. But Giles sprinted in there and got it done, and you saw the wheel play as Rockness covered 1, and well executed by Wheaton. Now they've got to work around the runner on second.
Orion Lonergan is now at the plate for the Vikings. Freshman out of Rock Island, Illinois. So a Quad City recruit going to a Quad City college in Augustana. Two for 4, 2 RBIs, and a triple against Grinnell in game 1 off speed for the first ball.
Couple off speed, high and outside. You should probably wants to get that a little more appetizing, if you will, to try to get someone to take an offering at it. Right now, with where that's located, it's not going to be a pitch you're probably going to get too many swings at. But again, good to change the pace and location, keep the eyes moving for the Augie hitters.
Lonergan fouled that one off for a bat, so now the count's 1-2. I'm assuming for Shiloh Dozeman can pretty much do anything he wants since you have the count in your favor. Lonergan remains alive. It's evened up at 2-2.
I like that pitch though, right? It was up. It was going to be a tough one for Lonergan to do a whole lot with, but you might have gotten her to try to have a defensive swing there and got yourself in and out. It was a good pitch, especially as you mentioned, being ahead in the count, you can play a little bit.
Pass pitch or wild pitch, nonetheless, Vale will head over to third base, and so now 1 on with 1 out as Augustana looking to strike first. Three-2 count for Lonergan. Payoff pitch for Dozeman, swing and a miss as Lonergan strikes out.
Well done. She's really hitting that kind of low away corner, right? That pitch has been really effective for Dozeman so far, and a huge strikeout, right? A ball in play, even if it's a productive, an out, it could be a productive out that leads to a run. Instead, she gets the strikeout. Now's a chance with one more out to get Wheaton out of the inning and work around this runner on base.
It's Emma Evans, senior at Farmington, Illinois, last year first team all CCIW after she hit .314 and slugged .455 a season ago, playing in her 79th career game. Chops it foul, 0-2. Evans 1 for 3 and an RBI in game 1 against Grinnell. Did not record a hit in game 2. Augustana coming into this game having won 4 consecutive and 6 out of their last 7. Vale currently at third base. Here's the 0-2 pitch. And they're going to say it's fouled. Evans patient, draws the first ball. Evans swings and miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Shyla Dozeman. Keeps Augustana off the board. We're still even at 0-all. Game 1 of our doubleheader. Thunder Vikings on the CCIW network from Ruth Leedy Field. It'll be Figueroa, Dozman, and Kang batting in this inning. And JP, probably a point to note for almost any Wheaton Athletics is the fact that you have players who come from really all around the country coming here at Wheaton, Illinois. What are some of the advantages of that geographic advantage of having so many players?
Yeah, so the positive is obviously you have a national footprint. You can recruit the country, and you can attract student athletes from all over who obviously fit the institution, but it creates a really unique locker room that you've got people from all parts of the country and even the world. And you know, in a sport like softball, it is played differently in different parts of the country, right? Depending on where you're at. A California kid will have a little bit of a different flavor than somebody maybe from the Midwest or from the Southeast. So it makes for kind of a unique also playing style of team, I would imagine, from the standpoint of just where you grew up and how you experienced playing the game.
So Shyla Dozman is now batting for the Thunder. After an efficient time pitching against Rockford in Game 2. Currently facing an 0-2 count right now.
Pretty good AB previously too from Figueroa there. She hit it pretty well. She just hit it right at the shortstop, but you like that swing. You like putting good contact on it. Sometimes it just doesn't go to the right spot.
Stays low for ball 1. It's now 1-2 count. Seems like at the Division III level as well, you have a lot of players who can do many different things, so-called utility players. Both pitching, sometimes hitting, can also play multiple positions.
Yeah, no question. I mean, there's obviously a well-roundedness to it. There's a little less specialization, right, with some of the limitations in terms of contact and other things. And the truth is, in any sport you're playing, you're trying to get your best athletes out there. As we see Dozman, a pretty good shot to the right center gap, but a good play by the right fielder. But again, two good competitive ABs there. They're putting a good bat on the ball. You like that from the long-term perspective for the Thunder. And wish that could have dropped in, have Dozman help herself a little bit, but we'll see if Nori can pick her up.
That was Lindsay Levine who made the grab for out number 2. Kang batting for the Thunder, recorded a hit in both games against the Regents. One count. Brown gets Kang to swing and miss for strike 2. One-two pitch at the dirt for ball 2.
So I'm trying to go low there. I imagine a pitch maybe more up in the zone.
Floated upstairs, and it's going to count as a base hit as it went over the head of Alexis Duke. So 1 on with 2 out.
Yeah, and we'll take it. You find a hole and you drop it in just over the outfielder. It's a good piece of hitting from Kang, fighting that one off, and now you got some action. Now we got Bella Giles up here with a chance to do some damage from the plate.
Rounds that one back to Mia Brown, and there is the 3rd out. Still none all between the Vikings and the Thunder. It's the top of the third inning here from Ruth Leedy Field. Lily Burton will be leading things off for the Vikings, with Shyla Dozeman still in the circle. Also a great pitching matchup between Nia Brown and Shyla Dozeman, two of the premier pitchers in the CCIW.
Yeah, and key so far for Dozeman, she's been getting ahead of the Augustana hitters. So you're consistently seeing positive counts for her that's allowing her to control the ABs. She's got to continue that for the length of the day.
One pitch, struck into center field, but the catch made by Kennedy Kemp. And honestly, for Kennedy Kemp defensively, she's been quite impressive for the Thunder.
Yeah, you could tell she had a really good read on that ball, didn't hesitate, and came sprinting right in and made a nice play, right? That's one of those where sometimes outfielders get a little nervous about charging it, and they wait a second, and then it drops in front of them. She knew.
Here's Schmidt, the sophomore from Oak Creek, Wisconsin. 1 for 3 against Grinnell in game 1. She's batting .296, playing in her 22nd game and starting in her 20th. Fouls it off her bat. It's 1-1. Augustana, team that a season ago, second best in the CCIW, 28-14, 12-4 in the CCIW. Most wins in program history. They lost to Illinois Wesleyan to claim that auto bid to the NCAA tournament and the College World Series.
Looks like brought a lot of that core back too. So obviously a team that's got pretty big aspirations to build off of a good year last year.
Right now, 4-4 in the CCIW. They are 5th. The only team that has clinched a CCIW tournament bid is Illinois Wesleyan, who is currently 11-1 in conference play, 21-11 overall. 2-2 count for Emma Schmidt. Schmidt slaps it in the gap between right and center, and she will settle for a single.
Good piece of hitting from Schmidt. Didn't try to do too much with it. Put it in the right spot, and well done by Wheaton though. Right, that ball was in the gap, and you had Kemp and Kang both converging on it. Kang communicated, fielded it cleanly, and held that to a single. That's a ball with the speed of Schmidt as a lefty getting out of the box, where you could see her getting on the second. You held her to 1. So good job by Wheaton defensively there as well to limit the damage on that particular AB.
Back to the top of the order, Levine will try to bunt, but she bunts it foul. Grounded out back in the first inning did Levine. For the Vikings a season ago, they lost Mackenzie Stones, Anna Matuszewski, as well as Tegan Mees. Huge players for Augustana, especially Stones, who is a first-team All-NFCA. So earning some all-region honors. Gets it over to Bella Giles, and she'll throw to second base. And it looks like Emma Schmidt is out.
Yeah, good playing, good positioning, right? You had the lefty up. Giles was in and prepared for a ball to be hard hit going opposite to her. Fielded cleanly, and a good throw and cover from Rockness. Cut down the lead runner, keeping people out of scoring position, especially with these big bats coming up in the 2, 3, 4 spots for Augustana. Let's see if Shyla can win another battle here.
Alexis Duke showing bunt. Throw over to second base is safe, so Levine able to successfully steal second.
Good timing too. That was a little bit more of an off-speed pitch, so she was able to get a good jump, and that extra, little split second allowed her to get in there. It was pretty good execution from Wheaton, but well done by Levine to get herself in a scoring position.
Runner at second base with 2 outs. Duke fouls it off for bat. The count is 1-1. in the gap between left and center. Levine circling around third. She will score, as it's an RBI double for Alexis Duke, and the Vikings strike first.
Hard hit ball, good piece of hitting there from Duke. And got herself around a second, so they exchange places there now. You know, big here for Dozeman if you're a Thunder fan. Got to limit this to one, right? Reset, get the out here. And get out of here down one and get your bats back.
The freshman of the year from a season ago providing the spark for Augustana. Now can Aubrey Gradine add on for the Vikings? Gradine grounded out back in the third inning. It'll be a 1-1 count for Gradine. Of course, you alluded to this. Shyla Dozeman has been put in a lot of situations to bail her team out, and most of the time she is really good at getting that spark for the Thunder, providing some huge insurance for Wheaton.
Sure, and that's the role of the pitcher, right? That they've got to, they got the ball, right? They're in command, and they've got to be able to play through the situations that happen. And it's a tandem, right? So you've got your fielders backing you up. So not only does she need to make a great pitch, but then they're gonna need to produce, make a good out, and vice versa. So nice pitch there. Where when she has kept it down, she's done a really good job. And the Augie hitters have not been as effective at that. Where she's had a little trouble when the ball starts to drift up. But she's been pretty accurate hitting those spots so far. Let's get one more here.
2-2 count for Gradine. Dozeman lifted into right field, and the catch made by Nori Kane to get out number 3. So Shyla Dozeman and the Wheaton defense limit the damage. Augustana only getting 1 run. We're now at the bottom of the third from Ruth Leedy Field. Vikings struck first. They're up 1-0 here in a doubleheader.
For win number 1, Gracie Wackness.
Gracie Rockness, senior out of Bluefield, West Virginia, is hitting. Currently batting .300 on the season. Back 3 hits for Rockness. Falls behind at 0-2 count.
Rockness has been a real defensive stalwart for the Thunder at second base, and obviously brings some speed and great energy to the program. It'd be great to see her get the bat going here and get herself on base and create a little traffic, a little havoc out there.
Rockness works her way back. Previously it was 0-2, now it's 2-2. Rockness makes some contact. Duke fires over to first base. What's the ruling? It looks like Rockness is out.
Good play there from Duke at shortstop. That was a kind of a squib ball off the bat. And Rockness again with her speed made it close.
for Wheaton, number 5, Ava Hartnett.
Hartnett back up to the plate, flew out back in the first inning in her first plate appearance. And JP, what is normally the role for the number 1 hitter, the leadoff hitter? What are they supposed to do?
Obviously set the tone, right? You want to be able to get on base and be able to get traffic going and to allow your hitters below that probably bring a little more power or pop to move you around. I think there's also a role to see pitches and to be able to communicate with, hey, what are we seeing? Are you picking up anything? Can you pass that down the line? So that's where you do like that patient hitter, that smart hitter, to be able to be in that leadoff spot.
Good count for Hartnett. It's 3-1. Brown gets Hartnett to swing and miss for strike 2. Payoff pitch as Hartnett draws her 21st walk of the season.
Yeah, good at bat there from Ava, right? She offered at the pitch that she thought were in the zone and could try to hit, but was patient there, and that ball was a little bit up and a little bit out from where the previous pitch had been, and got herself on base, and now Kennedy has a chance to do some damage here.
Kind of going back to your conversation about two-way athletes, Hartnett playing both softball and golf, Kemp playing both volleyball and softball. What are some of the benefits of playing multiple sports in college?
Yeah, I think the benefits of playing multiple sports, obviously in college, is sort of getting to the pinnacle of where it is, outside of certainly the very, very rare that can be a professional athlete, but on down into the high school, middle school ranks. I just think it provides great range and cross training, right? It's a different type of athleticism to do their different sports. I mean, certainly there's the hand-eye coordination combo of golf and softball, but there's also the ability, right? In golf, you've got to be patient, right? You've got to be able to reset yourself. If you hit a bad one off the tee, now you're getting a situation where now I've got to correct that. That's a little bit of a leadoff hitter mentality, right? That ability to be patient, see pitches in the same way. Playing 18 holes of golf is a long round, right? And I think that there's probably some connection there. And then certainly from Kennedy's standpoint, just the volleyball to softball transition, it's different sports, but there's a lot of the athleticism, the quick movement, and those things. And I just am a big fan of multi-sport athletes. I think you learn how to compete in different ways, to use different muscle groups, to have a different thought process to what you do, right? Softball, slower game, a little more individual. Volleyball, obviously a team game, fast pace, lots happening. Huge advantage when you can have somebody that's a multi-sport athlete and just the way they've developed physically, but even as much so or maybe more mentally too.
It's a 2-2 count for Kennedy Kemp. Hartnett currently at first base, as Kemp has battled nicely, loaded up at 3-2.
Thunder consistently laying off that close outside pitch that Augustana would like them to bite on, and the call's not there. Good job by Wheaton to make deeper counts.
Emma Schmidt flying underneath to haul in the second out. Will draw on Abby Whitehead out of the 3 spot.
Now batting for the Thunder, number 24, Abby Whitehead.
And JP, what would you say makes Abby Whitehead such a dangerous offensive chess piece?
Yeah, well, obviously she's got, we got Hartnett looking to steal and gets caught there. Before we run to break, I think just her power and her ability to really put a good bat on the ball pretty consistently is what's been real effective for her this season over the course of her career.
Vikings defense holds in the bottom of the third, still 1-0 in favor of Augustana.
Leading off for the Vikings, number 36, Maddie Bickle.
Here's Maddie Bickle to bat. Singled back in the second inning as the Vikings lead 1-0. Augustana began the season 4-12, but ever since that point, they're now 12-15 overall. So that means they have been 8-3 in their last 11 games to get to where they are.
Yeah, which would lead you to believe they're kind of rounding into the expectations they had for the year.
Giles launches, and the out still made. Good catch by Barber.
Yeah, nice play by Giles. It was a pretty hard hit right at her. She kept it in front of her and knew she had a little bit of time there to make that throw. Didn't panic on it and made a good throw. And Barber made a good stretch. And once again, keeping Augie off the base pass is going to be key here.
Augustana projected to finish second place in the CCIW preseason polls. And JPA, I actually want your honest take on this. Do you believe preseason polls are meaningless?
Yeah. I mean, it's an outside assessment. It's you. Especially at our level, you aren't quite as in tune with some of the recruits that are coming in. Now maybe other teams around our league are a little bit more. They're often recruiting against each other, but we aren't always typically in recruiting battles with, say, Augustana. So in some ways, you're kind of going, well, I think this is what will happen. We know it's coming back. So it's fun for fans to review and those kind of things, but not sure it has a whole lot. I suppose for certain coaches, they can use it to motivate one way or another, if that's kind of your way to get your team going. But in my opinion, the motivation should simply be you're trying to win every single day, every single opportunity you get.
It's a 3-1 count for Osborne. And she will draw the walk.
First time so far today, Aiden. Obviously, we've seen Dozeman get a little inaccurate with some of the pitching, and hopefully she can kind of reset herself, get back to where she was, and work around that walk here.
Pitch count for Dozeman currently at 60. We're in the fourth inning. Orion Lonergan struck out back in the second inning. Vikings pretty much had their way in the sweep against Grinnell. Game 1 had 11 hits, scored their first 7 runs in the first 4 innings, and then in Game 2 ran away with that one as well. Scored 12 runs to basically run rule Grinnell, as it's currently an 0-2 count for Lonergan. One on with one out, and we'll redo it all over again. Dozeman slapped foul.
Lonergan's making contact here, but is behind, right? She's fouled it multiple times in a row out to the opposite side of the field. We'll see if let Dozeman and Figueroa dial up here, something maybe a little different.
Here's the 0-2, off speed, in there for strike 3.
I like it. A really good job of pitching there. They'd come with pace for several of those pitches. You change it up, change your location a little bit. Now you freeze the hitter and get you into 2 outs and a chance again to work around that walk here and finish off the inning for Dozeman and the Thunder.
Dozeman fanning her 3rd batter as Emma Evans struck out in the 2nd inning. Olivia Osborne at first base was able to draw the walk. 1 on and 2 out. The count is 1-1.
Good pitch and location there, though, from Dozeman. Didn't get the call, but I like where she's putting that ball.
That one slapped into right field, but Nori Kang puts it in. To the top of the 4th, it's still 1-0. Vikings lead by 1. Abby Whitehead will be leading things off for the Thunder. Bottom of the 4th inning, Augustana leads 1-0. They picked up their run in the 3rd. Thunder looking to get on the board.
Whitehead gets another crack here with Hartnett getting thrown out at second base. So new count, new opportunity here for Whitehead as first ball gets crossed for strike 1.
CCIW Student Athlete of the Week back on March 23rd. Leading the Thunder in most offensive categories. Flied into left field near foul territory, and the catch made by Orion Lonergan.
2AB, she's lifted it twice, and both times we've seen there just getting a little bit under it, just barely missing the ball. Like to think 3rd time around when she comes up, maybe she's squaring that one up a little bit more and driving it out here.
Reinhardt, that one gets through past 3rd base. And it'll be a single for Mia Reinhardt.
Talked about it a little bit on the broadcast earlier in the week. Mia's really started to find her groove, playing really well. You love to see that for a veteran player, obviously a senior on your team as you're approaching the end of your career. Hopefully it's longer than just another week or so. To start finding your stroke and feeling pretty good about what you're doing, that's something you love to see.
Yeah, Reinhardt 2 for 4 in an RBI in Game 1 against the Regents. Livy Figueroa to bat, an 0-1 count for her.
And I would tack on Figueroa, similar situation. She's been playing really well too. Again, another veteran you like to see that out of.
Duke, the throw on to first base, and it looks like Figueroa is safe. Augustana does not get the double play, but they get Mia Reinhardt out on second.
Yeah, good effort by Figueroa getting down the base, right? Not allowing it to be a double play. And now giving Dozeman a chance to help her own cause.
And something to add about Livy Figueroa as well as Mia Reinhardt is the fact that their careers did not start at Wheaton. For Figueroa, she was at Puget Sound. And then for Reinhardt, she was at Anderson.
Yeah. You know, that's a little bit of the modern age. Not that people weren't transferring in the past, but certainly a little more common. And sometimes people are, you know, it's individuals you recruited and maybe for whatever reason chose a different place, and then it doesn't work out for them, and they end up back here at Wheaton. Don't know exactly the stories for each of them, but certainly glad they ended up here at Wheaton now and have been great representatives of the college and in their role on the softball team as well.
1-2 count for Shyla Dozman.
Good cut there. It's a good swing. Just fouled it straight back. So I think she's starting to time up Brown here.
So far, Maya Brown, 1 strikeout, has only given up 2 hits, and 2 batters have walked.
You see that rise ball, her strikeout pitch, got that a little out of the zone, and Dozman did not take a hack at it.
2-2 count. That one gets into right field. Dozman currently at first base as Figueroa advances to second.
Really good piece of hitting there from Dozman. Right, had that pitch kind of low and away, and took the pitch where it was where it was meant to go. Right, didn't try to do too much more with it than just take the away pitch and push it to the right side of the field, get it through, and keep the line moving and give Nori a shot here. Another good swing, and you got to be encouraged as a Thunder fan to see the swings, the timing that a lot of these hitters are at. Right, I mean, these are good ABs that they're putting together, and putting confident swings on the ball, and it's just something encouraging like to see.
Looks like Soleil Weaver will pinch run for Livy Figueroa. So Weaver at second base, while Dozman remains at first.
Good move here by Fazzari. Weaver brings athleticism, runs really well. Has been a valuable contributor in many ways, but certainly on the base pass here for Wheaton this season. You'd like to think a single here with Weaver's speed could knot this game up, and now we got something going.
Kang did single back in the second inning. 0-1 pitch. Stays near the dirt. It's 1-1. Fouls that one off her bat. Kang is now at 1-2. Will that stay fair? Oh, it's caught. Incredible catch by Emma Evans. As that will be the third out. Augustana still hanging on to a 1-0 lead. We're at the top of the fifth in game one of our doubleheader between the Augie Vikings and the Thunder of Wheaton. 1-0 Augustana leads. Both pitchers, Brown and Dozman, have done really good jobs in the circle. It'll be Lily Burton to start things off in the 5th. Slapped but caught by Gracie Rockness.
Good play there from our steady second baseman, Gracie Rockness. A little bit of a tricky backhand catch on a ball that's diving, and did a good job seeing it in her glove and squeezing it to, once again, get that first out. Start the inning in a positive way for Wheaton.
Emma Schmidt back at the plate, singled in the 3rd inning. And JP, if you had to play a position, either baseball or softball, what would it be and why?
I am a center fielder. That's when, in my experience in youth baseball, which is nothing like obviously college athletics, I was a center fielder. I've always been able to run pretty well. I was never a great hitter. I was an okay hitter, but mostly was fast. So I could do a pretty good job out in center field, and then they usually gave me the bunt sign and said, get on base and try to steal. That was my job, which was the extent of it. So
1-1 count, but it's snagged in by Ava Hartnett. Honestly, some really good defensive showings from both squads.
Yeah. And we've now seen three really good plays in a row, right? Augustana saving a run. And now Wheaton with the middle infielders both making tough plays as balls are slicing away from them to get to 2 outs. And here we go here for Augustana with the leadoff hitter Levine. But to finish the question, I just love center field. I just think it's a quarterback of the outfield. There's an opportunity to run around and to seal out that's happening. That was always been a fun position, in my opinion. And if you gave me a chance to run around out there a little bit, that's where I would go.
Is there another position you would be interested in trying?
Oh. I guess I would go with shortstop. I think that's there's a lot of obviously a lot of action at short. There's a lot of expectation of what you're doing there, and as a competitive person, I would enjoy that. I'm gonna flip this one and spin it back to you. Give me your top position or two.
Levine fouls that one, and it goes into the stands. You know, I haven't really thought about this. If I
see what it's like to be me here with you.
If I had to pick, I would say, give me right field.
Okay.
Or how about designated player, designated hitter?
I like it. All right.
1-2 count.
Ooh, that looked pretty good there. I can see, yeah, utility man, a little bit of a do-it-all guy, out in right field, making plays there. I could see it. You know, you would shock me as a sneaky catcher.
Really?
Yeah, just kind of nimble back there. The cerebral part of the game. You're somebody who obviously has called all sorts of games, has a good knowledge of the game and the flow of the game, whether it's softball, basketball, football, you name it. I could see you back there as the nice catching part of a battery for a team.
Interesting.
I haven't seen you throw down to second yet, though. We got to put you through that test, I guess. But I got faith in you, AK.
I don't think you want me doing that. 2-2 count. And they're going to say it's fouled, so the play will not count.
Close there, but you know, you like the aggression from Giles in that play, not leaving anything to chance, and where she was positioned. And ultimately, if that had been called fair, I believe that would have been an out. So the encouraging thing you're seeing from Wheaton is it's an aggressive mentality today, both in the field, at the plate. This is a team that's playing with some confidence, I think, off that second win, that win in the second game of the doubleheader against Rockford. And they're out here to play today. And they're evidenced by what we've done this inning defensively, and even that play that was a non-play by Giles. This is encouraging stuff to see from Wheaton. I think we got a chance to get out of this inning. Let's break through here in the bottom half.
Of course, that win against Rockford snapped an 8-game losing streak, and you never know if we can pick up some wins to end the regular season. They might sneak back into the CCIW tournament.
Yeah, no question. That's certainly in play, and it starts with this game right here.
That one is going to get into center field. So a shallow hit there by Levine, and Augustana keeps the inning alive.
Yeah, and a good piece of hitting from Levine as a slap hitter. Just found that hole just to the right hand of Dozeman, but enough to the glove side of Hartnett that she couldn't quite make a play on it. And a left-handed player that runs well as a slapper, tough to get her out. So credit Levine for finding the hole, and now Wheaton's got to work here against Duke.
Duke provided that RBI double back in the third. Near the center field, some confusion, and Augustana will score their second run of the game. Lindsay Levine crosses home, and it's another RBI double for Duke.
Yeah, a tough one there, kind of in that dreaded zone between outfield and infield, and Kemp was coming on strong, and Rockness was as well running out towards it, and it just looked like not sure the depth of or level of the communication there, and the ball kind of dropped in. It's a tough spot, and occasionally those plays will happen.
Gradine grounded out in the first, flew out into the third, still looking for her first hit. 40 RBIs a season ago, 6th most in the CCIW, but 3rd most in an Augustana single season. The 1 count. Gradine swings and misses. The count is now no balls and 2 strikes.
Nice pitch there with a change of pace, and important hitter here for Dozeman. Again, you want to keep this at 1. Stay in contact with the Vikings.
1 on and 2 out. Augustana entering this game having won 4 consecutive and winning 6 out of their last 7. A late season turnaround has them 5th place in the CCIW. Outside for ball 1.
Good pitch though, I like it. Yeah, you got a few pitches to play with. See if you get a nibble off the plate and maybe gotten yourself out of the inning.
81 pitches thrown so far by Dozeman. It's now 2-2 as the runner from second base, Bing Duke, easily gets over to third.
You can see the talent of this Augustana team. They're well coached. They're aggressive on the base paths. They take advantage when when even the slightest of mistakes happens. That's the
Bottom of the 5th from Ruth Leedy Field, the Vikings lead 2-0. Alexis Duke has been the star of the show. Back-to-back RBI doubles for Duke in her 2 latest at-bat appearances. That's why Augustana leads 2-0. It will be Bella Giles to lead things off. Swings and misses on the first offering. Both pitchers, Brown and Dozeman, started the game. They have remained ever since. Brown herself, a transfer from Parkland Community College. Last year played in 22 games, .24 while striking out 111 batters at Parkland.
Parkland, a pretty competitive junior college here in Illinois, down the Champaign area. Places good athletics, so she's had. This is probably somebody that was pretty highly sought after her time at Parkland, and I'm sure had some good experience, good training coming out of there. So again, we're seeing her talent on display today.
Also really good offensively as she batted .306 and slugged .518 as Bella Giles gets the walk.
Yeah, nice job by Giles. That was, if you're trying to be as objective as you can, that was a tough pitch there to not see, probably called it as a strike. It was pretty close, but I will say the umpire's been pretty consistent and not really giving that low away off the corner here. But a good job by Giles getting on base.
Rockness shows bunt. Here's the throw to second base. So safe at first, but out on second. Or is it? As Giles is also out herself. So I thought Giles was originally out, but looks like she was safe at second. I think Coach Vasari is also looking for some answers. Because what I thought was that Bella Giles was safe at second base, but then Rockness was out at first.
Yeah, interesting. I almost thought the opposite there, but that's tough for the Thunder there. You know, obviously you could have had saved both, and now you got something going.
So Rockness is going to stay on at first base. With one out, Ava Hartnett back up at the plate. Walked her last time out in the third inning.
Yeah, tough. And Cannon, I took my eye. Second looked like that was dead to right, so I was sort of watching as Rockness going to get down to first, and didn't really see what had transpired at second. Do you think that she had? Obviously, she was called safe. Did she beat the throw there? Was the throw taking the second baseman off the bag, or what was your perspective there? Getting communication, looks like off the bag was the call. So, you know, tough spot for Giles, who probably just thought the ball had beat her and had been called out, and then certainly started to jog back towards the dugout.
So 3-1 count for Hartnett, looking to draw back-to-back walks. And there are back-to-back walks for Hartnett.
Yeah, nice job from Ava to get on. So you had Bella walk, you had the bunt attempt there by Rockness. That was, you know, kind of that, can we sack? Can I maybe run it out depending on where the bunt goes? Ava walks and can't worry about what could or should have been, so to speak. You've just got to focus on what's happening now, which is we got traffic on the bases, and our two-hitter here, who's again another very patient, good hitter. Brown has gotten a little wild, lost the zone some. So if you're Kemp, make her throw a few strikes.
Tying run at first base. Go ahead run at the plate in the form of Kennedy Kemp. The count is 1-1. And if you're Kemp, are you considering bunting right here to advance the bases, or are you thinking of something else?
I think she's probably swinging here. She's a good hitter. She's got pretty good bat control. You know, it looks to me like maybe she's trying to see if she can push it to the backside.
Infield pop-up, and the catch is made for out number 2 by Lily Burton.
Certainly went that way. Just got a little bit underneath the the basketball. I'm going back into my sport I coach, underneath the softball there.
So Maya Daniels will be pinch hitting for the Thunder. Another freshman playing in her 15th game.
Daniels has come up with some clutch hits for the Thunder here this year. Somebody that in pinch hit moments that Coach Vasari has trusted to put into those spots. Had a walk-off hit earlier this year, so let's see if she can continue her trend of being an impactful clutch hitter off the bench.
4 hits on the season, hitting .308 is Daniels. Rockness over at second base. Hartnett at first. As Daniels draws 2 balls. First time that we were seeing Augustana go to a bit of a mound visit, and honestly the most pressure that Mia Brown has ever been in.
Yeah. So you know, this is a important pitch for her, and if you're Daniels and the way Wheaton has been playing today, I think you're getting a strike. And if you see one that starts that looks like it's in there, you go ahead and try to. I think you go ahead and try to swing at that. Right, you're probably getting a good pitch here. Let's be ready to be aggressive. Know your zone, know where you want it, and attack it.
Maya Brown trying to get out of this inning and prevent Wheaton from getting on the board. She has been great thus far.
Good there, and you could tell, Maya was ready, and the ball was down and down pretty clearly early, and let it go, and now she's got a chance.
Thunder will load the bases. Daniels will walk on over to first base. And for the first time, Coach Nelson will also peek a visit, wondering if the Vikings are going to try to go to another pitcher. They're just trying to stall the momentum that the Thunder have. But what do you like from Wheaton so far in this half inning?
Yeah, well, clearly it's been the discipline at the plate, right? It's Brown has obviously lost control, has not made too many competitive pitches, and so Wheaton is not offering at pitches that are pretty clearly out of the zone. And we've credited their patience, and on the year, the games that there has been we've been successful in. It's been pretty good plate discipline. Attacking pitches, are competitive pitches, but not getting yourself out of the zone, and that's when Wheaton has had success. So the Vikings will stick with Brown, although it looks like I believe they got some action going in the bullpen. And let's see if our
lifted into near right field, but the catch is going to be made for out number 3. As the Thunder strand 3 runners, the bases loaded. Augustana still leads 2-0. Vikings just got out of the jam. They're up 2-0 over the Thunder in game 1 of our doubleheader.
Yeah, credit Brown, back-to-back innings. Wheaton's gotten to her a little bit, got runners in scoring position, but she has gotten herself out of it.
That one into left field as Bickle has her second single of the contest.
Yeah, Bickle jumped on that first pitch, and Giles has been great today at third, but not a lot you can do with one that's that hard hit over your head. Good job by Reiner to get to the ball quickly, hold that to a single, keep the force at 2.
Marley Beam will be pinch running for Bickle as the Vikings looking to add some insurance runs and pad their lead. For the Thunder, they have stranded 7 runners offensively, while the Vikings have only stranded 4.
Yeah, Augustana certainly has capitalized when they've had their chances. Wheaton's done a pretty good job of fending off this potent offense. And be curious to see if they get Beam here in motion. Right, Augie's been aggressive on the base paths. Do they see if they can get her going, get her in scoring position, and try to get one more on the board?
Osborne sacrificed bunt in the second and then walked in the fourth. 1-0 count. They're going to say that Osborne went. Strike 1. Ball there for Dozeman. It's now 2-1. Lifted into center field, and that one is going to stay in play. Meanwhile, here come runners as Beam slides over, and she is safe. Augie adds one more run. They're up 3-0.
The ball up there that Osborne was able to turn on and pretty well hit.
So Olivia Osborne providing the third RBI double of the afternoon for the Vikings. The other two have gone to Alexis Duke, who had RBI doubles in the third and the fifth.
Hitting for the Vikings, number 32, Elena Diaz.
Now it's Elena Diaz, who will be hitting, playing her 13th game last year, a second-team All-CCIW selection. 2 for 2 and 2 RBIs for Diaz in Game 2 against Grinnell. At the knees for ball one. Played in 41 games, 49 hits, slugged .488 a season ago as well. Slapped into center field, and Kemp pulls it in. Osborne will advance to third base, though.
Pretty well hit ball there, but a nice job by Kemp. Reading it, staying with it. It's curious, it was pretty close out there to possibly leaving early from Osborne at second. Would have been interested to see maybe just an appeal, just to check, just in case. But moving on.
One on with one out. Osborne at third, and Evans to bat. Another pop-up, this time near the infield, and the catch is made by Gracie Rockness.
Good communication there. Rockness felt like she had the right line on it and got it. And that's a huge out, because obviously that kept the ball in the infield. That did not allow another run to get on that AB. And now if Dozeman get this out, she get them out of this inning and get back to the bats.
Burton flew out in the third and the fifth. She's 0 for 2. Two-0 count now for her. Burton. Will that stay in play? Couldn't tell what exactly happened right there, as the Wheaton dugout is obstructing our view.
It looks like the ball stayed in play, and maybe Rockness couldn't quite get over there to catch it. Per usual, she's got a big smile on her face, so she obviously put a good effort in it. And Rockness has an energy about her that you just appreciate, the way she approaches the game and approaches her team. Competitive, but with joy, right? And that's something you love to see from a veteran player.
2-2 count for Lily Burton. They will say it stays fair. Throw to first base is made in time. Thunder limit the damage. The Vikings, they lead 3-0.
Nice play by Giles and a good scoop by Barber. Again, another senior making a good play there. We love to see it.
We're back from Ruth Leedy Field. The Vikings, they're up 3-0 here in game one in this doubleheader. Libby Figueroa will be at the plate first, swings and misses and fouls that one off for bat. Thunder with essentially 2 more opportunities on offense to try to level this game up at 3-all.
Coach Nelson sending Brown back out there into the circle. She did a nice job working around kind of a rough previous inning there in the 5th. And obviously got the first pitch and out on Reinhardt. 2 pitches there to get strikes. Looks like she's found the zone again, which if you're a Viking fan, you like to see that because of how well she's done there. If you're a Thunder fan, it's not necessarily what you're hoping for. Although it means the Thunder have a chance to put a bat on the ball, right? Which they have had good ABs and good swings on it. So a chance to kind of take control here if you're Wheaton and use the bats and hit.
So far, Maya Brown has given up 3 hits, walked 5 batters, and struck out 1. But more importantly, no earned runs allowed by this Vikings unit. It is an 0-2 count for Figueroa. One-two. Lifted into left field. And it's going to be caught by Orion Lonergan for out number 1.
Figueroa a little out in front there on that off-speed pitch. Good pitching by Brown, and Shyla's chance to help her own cause here.
Singled back in the 4th inning did Dozeman. That will be foul. No one's close to make the catch. Dozeman 10 hits on 31 at-bat appearances. She is slugging .419 this season. Ball's behind at 0-2.
A lot of balls finding their way outside the field. The kids here in attendance are having a lot of opportunities to run around and collect them, which as a dad of a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old, anytime you can get your kids running around and chasing after things so that bedtime goes early and smooth, you are a happy parent. So both teams obliging the parents of young kids here to try to tire them out on a Friday, which is never a bad thing.
What's it like being a dad?
Best thing in the world.
1-2 count becomes 2-2 for Shyla Dozeman.
And the most challenging. But it's if the Lord gives you an opportunity to be a father one day, AK, you'll know exactly what I'm saying, and I hope that is in your future. It's a pretty unique time, and to all the parents out there right now who are not here at the game but are watching your daughters play. Great to see it. And you all know what I'm talking about.
Dozeman a chance to get some extra bases, and she'll do exactly that. A double for her, and the Thunder finally have a runner.
Great hit from Dozeman. Real power there, drove the ball. It's awesome. Chance to help herself, and now Nori's got to follow that up. See if we can get Shyla in and start to put some pressure on Augustana.
So 1 on with 1 out. Thunder have been able to get some runners on the bases, but it hasn't produced any runs thus far. One pitch. Infield pop-up, and it's caught. Aubrey Gradine records the second out.
Good pitch from Brown. Got it kind of jammed Kang there, and good play there at first on one that's ball that's up in the sun, especially this time of day. Good cut there from Giles. She's had a great day in the field at third, made a lot of really good plays over there. Love to see her have a chance to kind of follow that up and mirror that here at the plate as well with a late inning at bat.
Swing and miss for strike 2. Can Brown get out of another innings of work? (0-2) is high for ball 1. As Giles works her way back, the count is 2-2.
Yep, good job, right? He had a pretty high rise ball on pitch 3, and then one low and away, not expanding the zone.
Chops it foul off for a bat. Remains 2-2.
And a couple really good cuts. She's starting to time it. You can tell she's starting to time it up and is seeing the ball pretty well here.
Shyla Dozeman on second base after she recorded the double. Swing and a miss for strike 3. Brown able to hold, and the Thunder still scoreless. We're in the top of the 7th. Live from Ruth Leedy Field, Vikings and Thunder in a CCIW doubleheader. As Augustana coming into this game having won 4 straight, 6 out of their last 7. Looking to keep the winning train going. Dozeman remains in the circle. And despite the 3 runs being put up by the Vikings, you have to admit, Shyla Dozeman, she's had an excellent game 1.
Yeah, she's pitched really well, right? Really Duke for Augustana, responsible for 2 of those runs and she's a good player, right? Right. We talked about it earlier in the week too. Augustana's college athletes too, right? They practice too. They're talented. So there are times that they're gonna do good things. You're gonna throw a competitive pitch, and they're gonna have a competitive AB. But you got to appreciate what Shyla's done, and really how the defense has backed her up. A lot of really good plays up there. You had the tough ball that dropped kind of in that Bermuda Triangle zone, but that happens. But we've seen Wheaton really bear down throughout the game and do a good job on the defensive side, and have had some really good offensive sequences. Just haven't quite been able to put it together enough to put one over the plate, but get out of this inning, still have another chance. So good leadoff hit there to start this inning from the 9-hitter. She does a good job. It's interesting. They have that 9-hitter. She's almost like the leadoff on the bottom, right? Someone that really turns that lineup over. You love to have that when you're in your lineup, where you sort of have your bottom also be a leadoff style hitter, and she's done a good job of that for Augustana today.
Yeah, Emma Schmidt had a single in the 3rd. This is her 2nd hit of the afternoon. Emily Gadd will hit for the first time. Playing in her 17th game. Did play against Grinnell in game 2. Pitch is near the knees for ball 2. Alexis Duke, Aubrey Godin, as well as Elena Diaz, players who were last year all CCIW nominees. And Dozeman has had to go through all of them. 2-0 count. They'll show bunt, and they will rule the play dead. Schmidt cannot advance over to second base.
Good pitch there, too. That's a tough one to try to get down. So you sort of forced your way into a strike there. And Figueroa on the previous play made a really good job of blocking that low ball for ball 2 that kept Schmidt there on first base.
Gadd, a blooper into right field. Holden on the play by Nori Kang for out number 1.
Nice job by Kang, staying with that ball. Pretty well hit. Obviously, an opposite field ball. You're not always expecting that with a pinch hitter, somebody you haven't seen hit so far yet today. So Kang made a good play and good read. And now we've got another matchup with Duke here, Aiden. This is going to be a big one here for Dozeman. She's pitched pretty well against her. Duke's gotten her opportunities in, and Dozeman's done her job too. And see if she can win this battle.
Back-to-back RBI doubles for Alexis Duke. Lifted near center field. Kemp makes the grab for out number 2.
Good job by Kemp. And really that second double that Duke hit was that Bermuda Triangle ball we alluded to. That, it really was a great pitch and one you'd hope would be an out. And if you'd done that, you'd really held Duke down if you're Dozeman. So a good job of facing a powerful hitter for Augustana. Now she's got to follow that up here again.
Aubrey Green slaps it into center field. Chance for runners to come, and Emma Schmidt. She'll circle around third, and she will score. 4-0, Vikings lead.
Yeah, hard hit ball there. That Gradine jumped on, and Kemp tried to backhand it, just kind of skipped under her glove and got past her, which is tough with the pace that was hit with that ball. And good job from Augustana moving that runner around, and Schmidt running well and scores. It's up to Dozeman now to work to get this team out of the jam and out of the inning, and give Wheaton one last crack with the bats.
Marley Beam hitting for the first time, and she came in as a pinch runner. Senior of Lakewood, Colorado, playing in her 111th game. 5 of 22, batting .227 on the season. The 0-1 into foul territory and out of play.
Good note there by you, AK, that she's out of Colorado. Augustana's lineup or roster is largely Illinois, a little bit of Wisconsin, Indiana, kind of Midwest flavor, but their program, like many of their other programs, recruits Colorado aggressively. They have a lot of Colorado student athletes and throughout their athletics department. It's been a consistent theme for Augustana. They've done a good job of expanding their footprint, and Colorado's kind of been where they've gone.
Also heard that former Millikan men's basketball head coach, Coach Soderberg, when he was at Millikan, was primarily recruiting out of the St. Louis area, which was pretty interesting.
Yeah, you've got to find your niche and your footprint. Obviously, if you take Millikan, for example, being the southern school, and certainly for Kramer from a basketball standpoint, can't necessarily speak to the other programs, but St. Louis is the way you've got to try to expand down, right? You've got most of your other CCIW schools taking Chicagoland. Certainly Wesleyan has been a consistent power, so you're going up against them for some of those Central Illinois and Chicago kids. So Coach Soderberg was finding his success by going south, going to St. Louis, and tapping into that area, which was good for him. And with Augustana, Colorado, for an example, has just the one Division III school, right? Colorado College there. So there are a lot of student athletes, and given our league and the level of play that would be attracted to schools like Augie, other schools in the CCIW, the chance to play competitive sports, go to good colleges that maybe you don't get as much of in that particular state. Nice play by Reinert out there and left.
That'll be the third out, so Augustana has put up 1 run in the last 3 innings, including this one. They're up 4-0, looking to hang on. Potentially the last half inning, if the Vikings can hang on. They're up 4-0. As McKenna Malika will be pinch hitting for the Thunder for this Wheaton squad. Even though they have not scored yet, there is no doubt that they can score in bunches.
Yeah, no, we've certainly got enough traffic on the base pass to feel like you could push some runs across, be competitive. And you know, by no means are you turning your back on this game or expecting that you can't find a way to score 4 or even 5 and win the game. But what you'd love to see, and in the nature of this sport where you're playing a second game coming up, is to have some momentum coming out of this one way or another, either through a comeback, come from behind win, or certainly building into game 2. And we're going to start here with the freshman.
Thunder trailed 8-4 in game 1 against Rockford, had 3 runs, scored in the 7th, but Rockford able to record the 3rd out with the tying run on 3rd base. But then in game 2, basically exploded offensively. They led 3-2 and then scored 7 runs in the 5th to pull away.
Yeah, I think it's got to be a little bit of your mindset. Can you use this to springboard yourself into the second contest here?
Malika doing a good job. 3-0 count as we have a mound visit. Maya Brown and Shyla Dozman staying in the game. Brown trying to complete the entire contest and pick up her 4th win.
Any fans out there of Thunder Athletics might notice she's from Lonsdale, Minnesota, attended Northfield High School. It's also where the Richardsons went, Annika, and of course our All-American Soren. So I guess Northfield's been good to Wheaton Athletics.
3-1 count as Malika gets on base.
Good start to the inning there. Good AB from the freshman, coming in cold. Gets herself on base, turns the lineup over to the top, and now we get another smart and patient hitter in Ava Hartnett. And see if we can create a little havoc here in the bottom of the 7th, AK.
Back-to-back walks for Hartnett.
We saw this earlier when it has seemed that when Brown loses the zone a little bit, she takes a little while to find it again. That was that inning that Wheaton had where we loaded the bases up. A lot of that was just due to the fact that Brown struggled to keep the ball in the zone and make competitive pitches. Although a good job by her to come back there and throw that strike.
Kennedy Kemp, the on-deck circle. And they will say it's a strike, so it's a 1-2 count for Hartnett. Evened up at 2-2. Hartnett swings and misses, but fouled it off, so it remains 2-2. Brown, her pitch count is now at 108. Shyla Dozman, 114 pitches for her.
Yeah,
Load it up.
Both pitchers have been working today. Sorry to cut you off there, but yeah, and it's not a hot day, but it's not a cold day. It's a warm day out there. Imagine they're both a little fatigued here. Now we got a full count,
and Hartnett draws her third walk of the afternoon.
Great job by Hartnett to battle back. Obviously, he was down the count, fought one off, stayed patient, didn't fall for any of the pitches that were up or out of the zone, and well done.
Kemp walked back in the first inning, but has popped up in the third and the fifth. In there, 4 strike 1. The count is now 1-1.
Yeah, a little bit of that is the Brown does a good job at the rise, balls that are up in the zone. So Kemp's gotten underneath a few of them, as have other hitters. So working to stay on top of that, or you know, hey, continue to challenge Brown. Let's see, you know, we like we said, when she's gotten a little bit off of her game, so to speak, it's been a struggle for her to get back in there, and we are again seeing a 3-1 count for Kemp. I think you take this one, so you can load him up.
Doesn't swing at that, and it's 3-2. For Augustana, if I'm not mistaken, I do not see any pitchers in the bullpen, so I'm assuming that Brown is going to finish this game.
Yeah,
Lifted into left field. Chance for runners to come, but the Thunder are not going to send anyone. Nonetheless, it's loaded bases.
Yeah, I think it's Brown's game at this point, but a nice job of hitting from Kemp, right? She didn't offer at the previous pitch. She took it, you know, said, hey, I'm going to make you earn that strike, which Brown did, and then Kemp knew it was her time, stayed on top of that. That ball was up, but she stayed on top of it and lined that ball instead of the other times where she's popped it out. And I like the hold there. No outs, no need to make an out at the plate. You got Daniels, who walked her first AB as a pinch hitter, has been a good hitter for them. Let's see if she can keep it moving here. And again, we talked about building momentum in this inning. Well, so far, Wheaton has done that, but now we've got to get results out of the momentum, not just feeling good about getting runners on bases.
1-1 count for Daniels. Brown, off speed, stays outside. It's 2-1. And they'll say it is in the strike zone, so it's now 2-2.
Really good pitch from Brown there. Credit to her. Battling back, quality pitch, and now Daniels ready to attack and pounce.
Brown. It's all evened up and loaded up, 3-2.
Yep, nowhere to put her here. Good defensive play by Osborne to block that ball, right? A ball that gets by, produces a kind of a free run potentially for Wheaton.
Swing and a miss. Brown records the K, and the Vikings are 2 outs away from taking game 1. So Mia Reinhardt is hitting for the Thunder, singled back in the 4th inning, flew out in the 5th. Reinhardt falls behind, 0-2. Pops that one up, still 0-2.
A little late on that one. Brown is throwing a lot with a lot of pace here. Here, Reinhard, you want to see your pitch, shorten that swing up a little bit. Let the speed of the ball do the work.
Reinhard continues to battle.
Yeah, good contact. She's getting on those, right? She swung and missed 2 pitches ago, and now 2 straight fouls. She's starting to time that one up. Let's see if Brown goes off speed or, yep, goes rise ball there. This is kind of her strikeout pitch, a consistent theme we've seen from her. And Wheaton has by and large not really offered at that pitch as it has kind of taken them out of the zone.
Reinhard, blooper into center field. Catch is made by Schmidt. One runner though going to score, and that's McKenna Malika. So the Thunder finally on the board.
Productive out, and you like the run getting in, but at this point, productive outs aren't what we need, right? We're down to limited outs, so you like getting the run across, and that's an encouraging thing. And now we're down to our final out. We need Livy to put one in play and get the runners moving again.
Wild pitch. Both runners are going to advance, so Kemp is at second, Hartnett at third. The tying run is at the plate.
Good job by Ava, right? Read that ball and confidently went. You want to get, now you got runners, both runners in scoring position. You hesitate on something like that, and you either get thrown out if you do decide to go or you never go. And you credit Ava there, taking matters into her own hands to advance, and Kennedy falling right behind her to second.
Game 2 of our doubleheader will start in approximately 25 to 30 minutes after the conclusion of Game 1. Figueroa, fair or foul, and it is fouled.
Just got in front of that ball. 2 more feet staying fair, that thing skips over the bag, and you're for sure scoring one, and you might be getting a second one with Kennedy coming around.
Thunder down to their final out. Figueroa, 1-2 count. Stays alive. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Good job laying off that pitch up and out of the zone.
Swing and a miss. Brown records the final K, and the Vikings are going to hang on. 4-1 your final in Game 1. JP, your final thoughts on this one?
Yeah, a really good battle from Wheaton. Obviously, we got a lot of traffic on the bases. You like the ABs, the aggression. You saw some good things from this young team. Really where it comes down to, and the difference is the ability to put those people across, right? To actually maximize when you do get the traffic. Augustana, when they got people on, they found ways to get them around. Wheaton didn't quite always get there, but things hopefully that you can build off of, momentum going into this next game in these last few innings. You start to get traffic on the bags, you got people around the bases, you like to see those things. And defensively, really encouraging from what the Wheaton defense did, and obviously how Shyla pitched. So Wheaton's got to reset. Like I said, 25 to 30 minutes from now, they're back on with a chance to try to get this split, and hopefully we're following.
just over her glove. So Wheaton's going to have to get Osborne out to hopefully go back into the dugout with 2 goose eggs on that scoreboard right now.
Looks like the score bug is back up. We're currently at 2 outs. Neither team has scored. Top of the first inning. Start of game 2. Again, Augustana took game 1 4-1, looking for the sweep. They have won 7 consecutive games against Wheaton. Osborne takes it inside for strike 1. Cracked into left field. The Vikings going to hold instead of bring runners home. Now runners on first, second, and third with 2 outs.
Nice solid hit, but nice throw by Kennedy Kemp to keep those runners honest. If Wheaton can get out of here without any runs scored, that throw by her on that last batter might be a reason why, excuse me.
Orion Lonergan will hit for the Vikings, freshman out of Rock Island, Illinois. Back to left field as 1 run will score, and Aubrey Gradine, here comes 2. Maddie Bickle crosses home plate, and the Vikings take a 2-0 lead in the top of the first. It were the RBI doubles that gave Augustana the win in game 1, specifically from Alexis Duke when she had 2 RBI doubles. And Orion Lonergan getting into the party, this time a 2 RBI double in her own right. Emma Evans to bat. And Shyla Dozman staying in the game. As we said, pitched the entire of game 1. Hit by pitch, so Emma Evans will head on over to first base. Bases are back to being loaded. As Lily Burton is due up, and the Thunder will execute a mound visit. Obviously for Shyla Dozman and this Wheaton defense, not the start that you wanted given the fact that Augie put up 2 runs, the bases are loaded. What can the Thunder do to calm themselves and get them back in this contest?
Yeah, I think they just need to keep calm heads. To be fair, Augustana have hit the ball where they're not, quite simply, which means that the defense hasn't quite had opportunities to do much. But I think with this batter, they just need to focus on the next play, whether that be at first or home. My guess is they would go to first unless it's absolutely close to home, and just try and rebound.
So Burton 1 for 4 against Grinnell in game 1. Started all 26 games this season, batting .204, entering this afternoon. Burton doesn't go for it. It's now 0-2. Here's a strike 3 for Shyla Dozman. Limits the damage. Only 2 runners score for the Vikings despite it being loaded bases. And we'll see the Thunder offense take the field in the bottom of the first. Welcome back to the start of Game 2 from Ruth Leedy Field. Augie looking to go for the sweep after picking up a 4-1 win in Game 1. It will be Lauren Koster getting the start for the Vikings in Game 2, senior of Oswego, Illinois. Last year had a very impressive season, 15-5. Her win-loss record, an ERA of 3.61. And a two-time second-team All-CCIW. She'll be facing Ava Hartnett to begin things off. For Koster, making her third start of the season. She has only played in 3 games. An ERA of 0.88. But I obviously take that with a grain of salt given the small sample size. 3-0 count as Hartnett draws the walk.
Yeah, I think the trick for Wheaton here is, or the key, I should say, not trick, excuse me, is to be patient and see what Koster throws at them. Obviously, as you mentioned, Aiden, she does not have a lot of pitches thrown this season.
Bunt attempt. Throw over to first base is made, so King is out. Hartnett scoots on over to second base. And it'll be Libby Figueroa batting out the 3-hole for the Thunder.
Number 13, Libby Figueroa.
Augustana, a team that is coming into this game having won 5 consecutive and 7 out of their last 8. Before Game 1, they had 5 consecutive games with 10 or more hits and an earned run average of 2.14 in the last 7 games. So it's safe to say that they have been both efficient offensively and defensively.
Oh, tough call against Figueroa there. Looked like she held up, but the Blue said that she didn't, so she's quickly behind.
1-2 becomes evened at 2-2. Figueroa, former transfer from Puget Sound, playing in her 100th game in a Wheaton uniform. Is that fair or foul? And they're going to say it's foul. Of course, the viewers probably don't know this, but as broadcasters, we don't really have a good angle from the first baseline, so we can't really see it as far. But we could judge by the reactions of the players and the referees on whether that's a fair or foul ball. 2-2 count. Figueroa, did she swing? It looks like she did not.
Admittedly, I feel like sometimes it feels as if the Blue just kind of chooses when to call certain plays like that.
Emma Evans with a nice strike to Gradine as Hartnett gets over to third base, so 1 on with 2 out.
Stepping up to the plate for the Thunder, number 18, Mia Reinhardt.
Here's Reinhardt at bat. 2 for 4 in RBI against Rockford in Game 1 of that contest. Playing her 31st game, batting .350 entering this afternoon. That one off her bat and fouled. Reinhardt swings and misses for strike 3. So Koster blinks the Thunder in the first inning. The Vikings still lead 2-0. Top of the second. In game 2 of our doubleheader. The Wheaton Thunder, Augustana Vikings. Wheaton, if you know where they are within the standings, currently in last place, looking to pick up some wins, get back into the CCIW tournament race. Meanwhile, Augustana is currently in 5th place, holding on to those last 2 spots. It'll be Emma Schmidt at home plate.
Leading off the second for Augustana. Number 3, Emma Schmidt.
1 for 3 in game 1 against Grinnell was Schmidt. Blooper into center field. It's hauled in by Soleil Weaver. Lindsay Levine is back up after grounding out in the first inning. Freshman out of Frankfort, Illinois, 2 for 3 and 2 RBIs, a stolen base against Grinnell in game 2. Coach Nelson called her a high IQ, versatile player. And it's safe to say that she has had a pretty good season as a freshman, leading the team in batting average with .391. Slaps it near the dugout, 1-1.
That's quite the compliment whenever they call you a high IQ player, that's for sure.
Of course, given the fact that there is a huge adjustment that has to be made from the high school to college level, games are different. But Gradine and Levine looks like they've adjusted really well. Levine slapped, but caught by Hartnett for out number 2.
Nice read on that one by Hartnett. Definitely saw that ball take a tiny, tiny bit of a dive into the ground. That ball had a lot of spin on that.
Duke's going to hit for Augie. Flew out in the first inning. Stephanie, I'm a little bit surprised. We saw Shyla Dozman in the entirety of game 1, and she's back out there for game 2.
Yeah, I was unfortunately not able to make it to game 1, but I was a little surprised to see her. Nice grab by Hartnett. What a play. Well, she got out of that inning 1-2-3, so she's in there for a reason.
So 2-0 though, Augustana still has the lead as we head into the bottom of the second. Shyla Dozman will be batting first for the Thunder in the bottom of the second. They're down 2-0 after Augie put up 2 runs in the first. Coster stays in the circle and gets a swing and miss from Dozman. Ball outside, 1-1. Dozman makes contact, but out of play. 1 ball and 2 strike. Dozman with a good eye, evened up at 2-2. Dozeman lined into center field. Leadoff single for Shyla Dozeman, showing it that she can get it done offensively.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that coming in to this game, well, I suppose also last game, I don't know how well she hit, apologies, but coming in with over 300 average with at least 10 hits and 33 at-bats, so that's looking good.
Some good conditions here from Ruth Leedy Field, as that is lifted into left field. Back-to-back singles for the Thunder, as the tying run is at first base. .68 degrees though. It feels like 63. Here's a butt. The throw is made over to first base, so Giles is out, but they're able to advance the runners. Dozeman at third, Kemp at second.
Batting point number 2, Soleil Weaver.
Weaver, infield pop-up. It looks like the catch is made by Burton for out number 2.
Batting point number 1, Gracie Rockness.
Rockness to bat for the Thunder. And Stephanie, you were mentioning this about Lauren Coster. Good season last year, but a lot of home runs given up.
Yeah, 14 home runs seems a bit high, in addition to 3 triples and 23 doubles. So giving up almost 40. Nice throw.
That will end the inning. Good rope there by Evans over to Gradine for out number 3. It'll be Gradine to lead things off for the Vikings. Walked back in the first inning. She had 40 RBIs a season ago. Third most in an Augustana single season. As it looks like Livy Figueroa having a little bit of issues with her helmet. It's going to be checked out by Coach Fazzari.
Yeah, she said she didn't know what happened because it looks like the strap somehow got off of the back. So there we go. Got a new one. You definitely need a helmet as a catcher, that's for sure.
Leading off the top of the third for Augustana, number 12, Aubrey Graydon.
Gradine doesn't swing at it. And it's called strike 1. Popped up And out of play for strike two. Augustana getting a lot of contributions from their freshman a season ago. Aubrey Gradine, no exception. Hit 391, on base percentage of 444 and slugged 633. En route to first team all CCIW honors and all region honors from the NFCA. Near the knees for ball one, the count is 1-2. But you can also credit Elena Diaz as a freshman who hit 386, on base percentage of 456, and then slugged 488 as that is slapped into center field. A leadoff single for Aubrey Gradine.
Yeah, that ball was smoked right back at Dozeman. No chance, excuse me, for anyone on that play.
Last year, an Augustana team that went 28-14, 12-4 in the CCIW. Lost to Illinois Wesleyan in the CCIW tournament. Nonetheless, most wins in program history. And they're currently riding 4 consecutive winning seasons and 3 consecutive CCIW tournament appearances. Marley Beam comes in as a pinch runner for Gradine.
Number 6, Marley Beam. Now batting for the Vikings, number 36, Betty Bickle.
It's Bickle who'll be hitting. Singled in the first inning. She's slugging 693, which leads the team. Also good enough to be third in the CCIW. Runner going to try to go, but it's an infield pop-up that goes into right field as Nori Kang comes under it for out number 1.
Nice communication there between Rockness and Kang. You always worry about minor collisions or the ball just dropping into the space between them. So nice communication there for Wheaton to get the first out.
Augustana was able to get one of their runs in game 1 because of the confusion of the outfield. JP called the Bermuda's Triangle. Here's a throw out to second base. The runner on first was trying to go and then decided to retreat back.
Yeah, it feels unfortunately that there are so many Bermuda Triangles on the field, whether it be in the outfield or the space between the infielders and the outfielders. Nice pitch by Dozeman, just a hair low. You do practice, though, having a ball thrown at you or hit towards you with 2 people running at each other. Oh, nice throw by Figueroa.
Looks like Beam is safe, though, as it's also a 3-0 count.
I mean, you just got to give props to Beam for that one. Figueroa's throw was on the money, but she's just so fast that she was already extended toward the bag by the time that Hartnett was able to drop the tag on her.
Osborne, favorable 3-0 count for strike 1. Osborne only played in 3 games a season ago. This is her 23rd appearance. The 3-1 becomes 3-2. Dozeman doing good works, working her way back into this battle. 3-2. Out into right field. And it looks like a foul ball. Three-two, lifted center field. Holden by Soleil Weaver for out number 2. Beam advances to third base.
Now batting for the Vikings, number 28, Ryan Lonergan.
First pitch is fouled off. Lonergan now faces an 0-2 count.
Was able to stick with that off-speed pitch from Dozeman, but couldn't do much with that.
Ryan Lonergan, 2 RBI double in the first inning to put Augie on the board. Lonergan stays alive. It also makes it her 8th double of the season, if you include that 2 RBI double back in the first inning. Here's the 1-2. Lonergan caught looking for strike 3. Still 2-0 in favor, though, of the Augie Vikings. Ava Harnett will be hitting for the Thunder. Walked back in the first inning, did Hartnett. And gets behind early. The count is 0-2 for the freshman at Winfield, Illinois. 20 walks entering this afternoon, which leads the team. Hartnett slapped right field. So a leadoff single for Ava Hartnett does her job and gets on base.
Yeah, Wheaton will be hoping to cash this one in. Aiden, we mentioned before the start of this game that they left quite a few runners on last game, and this game they've had the leadoff runner get on both times, make it to third base, and just have been unable to make it home. So a bit unlucky for Wheaton there.
Infield pop-up is caught for the first out by Osborne, as King is retired.
The dance flow silly, the ladies gon' feel it, the fellas in the back, and they twisting up a belly, it's silly.
Now batting for Wheaton, number 13, Libby Figueroa.
Figueroa grounded out back in the first inning. Entering this afternoon, riding a 4-game hitting streak alongside Ava Hartnett. 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss on the second offering. It's now 1-1. Coster The pop-up headed to center field. And it's caught for out number 2 by Emma Schmidt. Thunder opting to add Amaya Daniels. She'll be pinch hitting for Mia Reinhardt.
Pitch hitting for Wheaton number 22, Amaya Daniels.
Daniels playing her 16th game. Did appear in game 1 against Augie. Swing and miss for strike 2. Batting .308 is Daniels entering this afternoon. Hartnett was able to get on first base. She was the leadoff hitter. Coster has that one high. It's now 1-2. Back-to-back balls. Daniels working back to a 2-2. Infield pop-up is caught by Osborne. Good concentration by her to get the third out. Back live from Ruth Leedy Field. It is a beautiful Friday afternoon, as we have been blessed with some really good temperatures this week. Got a good crowd on hand as well. Emma Evans will bat to begin the top of the 4th. Back to the pitcher and into center field. So both teams in the 4th inning have leadoff singles. Burton showing bunt. Runner advances to second base. The throw is slightly high. Nonetheless, Evans is safe.
Nice concentration by Hartnett to nab that one out of there. Because I'm sure Evans was thinking of third. Should that ball have trickled towards Soleil Weaver?
Ball taken at the knees. It's now 2-0. Burton shows the bunt. Another throw for third base. And this time, the runner is out. Evans could not get there.
That was a nice throw by Figueroa and nice covering by Hartnett there.
Coach Nelson pleading his case that the runner was safe, but they don't agree.
Yeah, nice throw. That's a huge first out for Wheaton there. You almost have a runner on third with no outs, or now you have no runners on and 1 out. Great play by both Hartnett and Figueroa.
Burton lined into right field. She'll get on base herself.
Now batting for the Vikings, number 3, Emma Schmidt.
Schmidt with Burton going to second base, and Burton will be safe.
Yeah, Augustana's team is just so fast because Figueroa's throws, for the most part, are there on the money, but unfortunately just not quite there in time. So props to Augustana for their speed on the base paths.
Second pitch is a strike, so it's a 1-1 count for Emma Schmidt. Flew out in the second inning. Last year played in 37 games, 19 hits on 60 at-bat appearances, and slugged .317. The 1-1. It will cross into left field. Kemp will throw it over to third base. Runners at the corners and 1 out.
A quite insane statistic that I have is before Figueroa threw out Evans at third just a couple batters ago, they had gone 40 for 40 in stolen base attempts this season. So this is a team that likes to run, and they're good at it. And so for Figueroa to get that first out at third, that's huge. Hopefully that gives her confidence. Sorry.
Especially this late in the season as well. We got a pickoff attempt. And with all that confusion, one runner is going to score. Lily Burton takes advantage of the chaos, and Emma Schmidt, who was caught up in the pick down, gets over to second base.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what Augustana wanted to happen. The throw definitely was beat Schmidt down as she was trying to go to first, and or second, excuse me. And I think they did have time because Burton was barely even halfway down the line. So unfortunate that Wheaton wasn't. They committed to the pickle, which allowed Burton to score, which is exactly what Augustana wanted. So, yeah, a little tough on the Wheaton defense there. Perhaps a tiny bit of a lapse. But yeah, they'll have to come back with Levine at bat.
Levine will bunt. The throw to first base, it's in time as Emma Schmidt crosses from second to third base. So one runner on with 2 outs.
Now batting number 1, Alexis Duke.
Duke crushed to center field. One runner will come in Emma Schmidt, and Alexis Duke has herself an RBI single.
Some nice hitting there by Augustana. They really like taking advantage of that space between Hartnett and Rockness. I'd be curious if Hartnett starts playing shading a little bit to her left, even just 1 to 2 steps in hopes of tracking one of those down, but we'll see what happens.
One run with 2 outs, and Alexis Duke has an easy steal to second. Radine smacked back to center field, but it's caught by Soleil Weaver for the third out.
What a catch by Soleil Weaver. But Wheaton still down 4-0 as we head to the bottom of the fourth inning.
Vikings put up 2 runs in the first, and then they put up another 2 runs in the last half inning. They're up 4-0 over the Wheaton Thunder. Vikings looking for the sweep. They've won the last 7 games against Wheaton. The last time the Thunder beat the Vikings, got to go back to April 29th. It's an infield pop-up and hauled in by Alexis Duke.
Now batting for the Thunder, number 11, Kennedy Kemp.
Kemp doesn't swing at it and gets her first strike. Sophomore of Arlington, Texas. Last year, 23 hits. That is lined immediately to Emma Evans.
Now batting number 3, Bella Giles.
Costa, as we said, playing in her 4th game, starting in her 3rd. The 2-time second-team All-CCIW getting some action. Another infield pop-up drifting to center field, and the catch is made for the 3rd out by Lily Burton.
Leading off for Augustana, number 36, Maddie Bickle.
Bickle, first swing at it is going to be fouled. Wheaton just snapped their 8-game losing streak when they defeated Rockford in Game 2. Nonetheless, though, if you take their last 18 games, they've lost 16 out of their last 18 games after previously, before all this, being on an 8-game win streak.
Yeah, it's definitely been a tale of 2 seasons for Wheaton. Unfortunately, just really struggling in the second half. And of course, that is right when CCIW play is. But hey, they're still looking to finish the season strong.
Wheaton right now coming in this game 1-9 in the CCIW. Last place, Augustana, they are 5th place. Now to 5-4 record. Having won 5 straight and 7 out of the last 8. Bickle, launch into left field. See you later, that's gone. Maddie Bickle, who has 7 home runs entering this contest, now has her 8th, which leads the CCIW.
That was a nice home run. You saw Kemp take about 1.5 steps before looking over her shoulder, and people walking by stopped to watch too. So tough for Dozeman on that one.
Both Maddie Bickle and Aubrey Gradine each had 7 home runs entering this afternoon, both leading the CCIW. It's safe to say that Maddie Bickle has taken the lead, as Augustana as a team, 26 home runs, first in the CCIW, 21st in all of Division III.
Yeah, this Augie lineup is fearsome for sure. And I think one of the reasons why is you have people like Bickle and Gradine hitting home runs, and then you're stealing bases practically, you know, every inning, and you're so fast that you go 40 for 40 before someone throws you out. So this is a very, very tough matchup for Wheaton right now.
Augie hitting .314 as a team, 3rd in the CCIW. They're hitting .379 in terms of on-base percentage, which is 4th, and they're slugging .471, 2nd in the CCIW. This was an Augustana team that was 4-12 at one point. Now they're 13-15, looking to get to 14-15 and be 1 game back to 500. 1-2 count for Osborne. Lines it into left field. Olivia Osborne off the home run from Bickle. Osborne has a single.
Pitch hitting for Augustana, number 32, Elena Diaz.
So Elena Diaz will be pinch hitting for the Vikings. Second team all CCIW selection from a season ago. Diaz slaps that one foul territory. No play can be made. Diaz hit .386 in 41 games played a season ago. So slugged .488. Quite a talented Vikings team from a season ago. 1 game shy of making the College World Series and beating Illinois Wesleyan.
And they're peaking right now at the right time as CCIW play, and the season starts to wind up, right, just in a couple of weeks. Or maybe more like a week and a half, I should say, regular season.
And the only team that has clinched a CCIW tournament bid would be Illinois Wesleyan. 21-11, 11-1 in conference play. And then you have Milliken at 6-2, Carthage at 8-6 in conference play. North Central is 6-6, and then there's Augie at 4-4. So the conference record's a little bit skewed because some teams have played more games and some teams have been playing less. But eventually it will all even itself out. 3-1 count for Diaz. Diaz lifted into center field. Soleil Weaver cannot make the play. Here comes Osborne circling to third base, and she'll get there. So Diaz recording her 5th double of the season. And it looks like the Thunder are going to make a change. Iris Jones is set to enter. 2-1 with nobody out. And we'll be back right with you here on the CCIW Network. So as we said before we went to break, Iris Jones will be taking the place of Shyla Dozeman. Nonetheless, Dozeman stays in the game at first base.
Iris Jones.
Orion Lonergan also comes in the game for Augie as a pinch runner. She's at second base. Osborne at third. Thunder still looking to record their first out of the half inning.
Jones has a tall task. Trying to slow down this Augie lineup right now and get all 3 outs.
Jones playing in her 11th game. She started in 2 off speed. Not in sync. It's now 1-1.
Still a pretty nasty pitch. It landed in the strike zone.
Jones, sophomore out of Colorado. It's a Palmer Ridge High School. As Evans swings it into foul territory. It's now 1-2. Jones did play against Rockford back in game 1, when only 1/3 of an inning, gave up 2 hits and 2 earned runs before being pulled. Here's the 1-2. Down at the knees. It's a 2-2 count. As Evans has gotten on the base the last 2 times, hit by a pitch in the first and then singled in the 4th. Evans, that's high. Osborne trying to take advantage of the wild pitch. So Osborne's going to score. It's 5-0 in favor of the Vikings. As Orion Lonergan will also get over to third base. Correction, I just want to say it's now 6-0 in favor of Augie. So 3-2 count.
Tough play for Figueroa. It's like the most stressful thing as a catcher.
Slapped into right center field, and it's going to be a base hit and a lot more than that. Orion Lonergan crosses home safely and extends the Augustana lead, an RBI double for Emma Evans.
They're just seeing the ball so well right now, fortunately, for Wheaton.
And it looks like the Thunder are going to make another change in the circle. Dylan Watson is set to appear. Seven 0 in favor of Augustana here in the top of the fifth.
Now pitching for Wheaton, number 19, Dylan Watson.
They're just really seeing the ball very well. That's all I would say.
Vikings have put up 3 runs in the top of the fifth, first starting with Maddie Bickle, who had a home run to left center field. Then Olivia Osborne was able to score off a wild pitch, and then on that last play, Emma Evans, an RBI double, allowing Orion Lonergan to score. Speaking of big plays, Augustana continues to have some. Another runner's going to score. That's Emma Evans. An RBI double for Augustana, and they're on top 8-0.
I think this is a key moment for Wheaton to show their character and what you do when you are down 8-0 with no outs and just the bases. Traffic just keeps coming. Good learning experience for the freshmen just to battle through this adversity, and also for the upperclassmen like the seniors like Livy Figueroa just to lead. Like, how do you lead when you're down pretty significantly and getting outplayed? Still a learning experience for everyone.
Wild pitch. Lily Burton cruises over to third base. Just came off with that RBI double, did Burton. As Augustana looking to extend the lead here in the top of the fifth. Schmidt stays down low. The count is 2-0. Schmidt singled in the fourth inning. 1 for 3 against Grinnell back in game 1. Watson swinging a miss there for Schmidt. Dylan Watson playing in her 21st game. Currently an ERA of 5.43. It's credited for the loss against Rockford in game 1. 2-1, another wild pitch. As Lily Burton choosing not to advance to home plate. She'll stay put. The count is 3-1. And the Thunder are going to make a change at catcher. I believe that's Natalie McCagran who will come into the game for Wheaton. Freshman out of Frisco, Texas will take the place of Livy Figueroa.
Yeah, Figueroa just having a tough time right now. You really need someone back there who can just be a brick wall and keep the balls in front.
3-1 for Schmidt. First strike. of the battle between Schmidt and Watson. And Wheaton started with Shyla Dozeman, then briefly went to Irish Jones before pivoting to Dylan Watson. Schmidt swings and misses for a foul ball, loaded up at 3-2.
Schmidt probably helped out Watson a little bit because I did not think that ball was in the strike zone, but Watson has another shot to try and get Schmidt out instead of walking her.
Payoff pitch, and it'll be a walk for Schmidt. Runners at the corner, still 0 outs. As it'll be Emily Gadd pinch hitting for Augustana.
Batting for the Vikings, number 22, pinch hitter Emily Gadd.
Attempt to steal over to second base, and the Thunder not going to even throw it to second. So Emma Schmidt essentially has a free pass.
I think that was a wise decision after what happened last time. No need to add any more runs via defensive lapses at all.
Another wild pitch. Lily Burton crosses over to home plate. Schmidt to third.
Catching is never an easy job, but it's definitely amplified when you have such a good running team as Augustana. They will take advantage of your mistakes, and that's what they're just doing here right now against Wheaton.
0-1 becomes 0-2. Fouled off for bat, so we'll do it with an 0-2 count. Gadd caught looking for strike 3.
Big first out for Wheaton there.
It'll be Maya Vale who will be pinch hitting for the Vikings. Senior of Rockford, Illinois, playing in her 17th game.
Pinch hitting for the Vikings, number 31, Maya Veal.
Veal hitting .286 on the season, lifts it into right field, and it looks like it's a foul ball.
Kang was given chase, but unfortunately unable to quite have a chance at that one. I think even if she tried to lay out.
Veal played in 25 games this season to go, only 5 for 9. Not too many plate appearances for her. Counts 1-1. Counts 2-1 for Coach Nelson. He's done great things for Augustana in his 3rd season with the Vikings. Once a softball head coach at Rockledge High School. 4-time state champions. As the 2-1 pitch becomes 2-2. But at one point he had 73 consecutive wins from 2019 to 2023. Rockledge High School, the only undefeated team to repeat as undefeated state champions. And they're the 3rd team to repeat as state champions as well in the history, as that one gets into right field. Augustana has 10 runs on the board in a 6-run inning. That one coming from Maya Veal.
Nice backing up by McCagran on that play. Kang threw it home despite the chance that there was no shot at it. I thought she was actually going to try and get Veal at first, but McCagran potentially saving another base runner in scoring position with that backup play.
So backup is Aubrey Gradine. Walked in the 1st inning and then had a single in the 3rd. One-0 count. That gets over to Bella Giles. The throw to second base is made for out number 2.
I was hoping they'd get a ground ball to get 2, but unfortunately that didn't quite happen. Giles made a nice play at second. I personally thought she took a tiny bit too much time to get a double play. I thought she scooped that up and immediately threw it to second. They would have a better shot at it. But you still got a second out. You're one more out away from ending this inning and hoping that your bats wake up in the bottom half.
So Bella Roach will be batting for Augustana, her first ever at-bat appearance, appearing in her first ever game in her Augie career. Sophomore at Lynchfield, Illinois. Transfer from Niagara University. One on with 2 outs. Pitch stays inside, 4-1. Stays in play, fires to first base, and it's made for out number 3. Vikings 6-run score in the 5th. They're up 10-0. Thunder looking to keep hope alive. they can't put up any runs, Augie will win off the run rule.
Number 2,
The Soleil Weaver flew out in the second inning to bat first in the bottom of the 5th. Weaver chops it right center field, back at the wall, and it's gone.
Got to hear a lot of cheering here from the Wheaton fans behind us.
That is because that is the first career home run for Soleil Weaver.
Is that a giant banana inflatable that Charlotte Dozeman has right now?
It is. Can't tell if that's from the Savannah.
Oh, the Savannah Bananas?
Yes.
Maybe. Okay, we'll have to get some info on that for tomorrow's game. No, but awesome hit by Weaver. Just took that pitch that was elevated and smacked it over the wall. Almost dead center too, which is like 220, I think.
And back for the Thunder, number 1, Gracie Rockness.
As we said, first career home run for Soleil Weaver. Puts Wheaton on the board. As Rockness fouls that one off her bat, it's an 0-2 count.
Yeah, and Weaver hadn't had a hit since the 23rd of March against Maranatha Baptist. So breaking out of a, breaking out of a hitless streak. I mean, you gotta love that. Regardless of if you're down 10-1, you just always love to get good hits and break streaks and start new ones.
The 0-2 becomes 1-2, as that's taken high. For Wheaton, after this, they'll have North Park tomorrow for Senior Day, another doubleheader. Also their final home game of the regular season. And then they'll have doubleheaders against Olivet on April 28th, and then Milliken on May 2nd. Rockness with an infield pop-up, and it's going to be caught by Lily Burton, although Alexis Duke was contending for that catch.
Now batting for the Thunder, number 5, Ava Hartnett.
It'll be Hartnett to hit, singled back in the 3rd inning. The 1-1 with 1 out. It's been some good pitching by Lauren Coster. Maya Brown doing her job in game 1. Both starting pitchers from game 1, Dozeman and Brown, went the entire way. 1-1 count. It's now 2-1. Popped up and caught nicely by Gradine for out number 2.
Nice communication between first base and catcher. Almost clipped each other though.
Now batting for Wheaton, number 17, Nori Kang.
Thunder down to their last out. Unless Wheaton can put up some runs and extend the game. Kang pops it up, and it's caught by Emma Evans for the 3rd out. As this is your final here in game 2, Augustana defeats Wheaton 10-1 and pulls off the sweep.
That concludes game 2 of our doubleheader.
Yeah, just a really tough game, I think, all around for Wheaton. The pitching was solid. It's just Augustana was just reading the ball very well today. Couldn't do much about that. But shout out to Soleil Weaver, first career home run, breaking a hitless streak that goes back to March. And hopefully she'll be back and Wheaton will be back and ready to go against North Park on Saturday.
And for Augustana, their game is also against North Park, except that will be played on Sunday. And then after that, their next 4 games will be doubleheaders all at home, beginning with North Central on April 29th, Elmhurst on May 2nd, 7th-ranked Simpson on May 3rd, and then 21st-ranked Wartburg on May 4th. Again, Augustana comes up with the win, 10-1 in Game 2. They pull off the sweep. Alongside Stephanie Kishi, I'm Aiden Kong signing off on the CCIW Network.